All right. Every night me. Na, 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 na. All right. Mm. Oh yeah, we're doing this. That's right. Let's see here. Hold on. Let's do a full make all. We'll do a make all. Bum, 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 bum. So that moves these three out. Those ones already out. Execute swaps like a helper function. Execute swap, another helper. Another helper. Consume item will do next. I think I have food in my teeth. We'll have to do swap slots as well. I think it's the last one though. Everything else is just helper functions. Do 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 do. I usually have two more. I'm kind of surprised the test isn't breaking. Oh. Maybe it will break. I also kind of want to reorganize this stuff. Dun, 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 dun. Here's the tests. What's up, Palaris? How's it going? I hope you're having a nice day as well. Here we go. So we'll have to change this interface. Because we're not going to make these methods that implement the interface. We're going to do a type switch instead. Boom, 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 boom. Then in here, I'm gonna have to make a like. I need these. I'm trying to think here how I want to structure this. I probably want to put it inside of here though. Let's just do it for all of them then. I'm gonna go ahead and just reorganize this stuff so it's a little bit clearer. And by reorganizing, I'm gonna put all the types at the top. Because my goal is to move these into a different package. What is this? Unequip item. Equip item. Now I think it's all embedded in swap slots now. I'm gonna delete these. I'm gonna delete these as well. These ones we moved already. These are like helper builders. These are executors. More executions. Consume item will move. And swap slots will also move. This is like the main one. Call it execute swap slots. And all right, we'll do that. And then consume items we will also want to do. All right, cool. Now we have all of our data and we have a union to wrap all of our data in, and then we have functions for executing that. This will be called the execute consume item. Let's rebuild. We'll find out where the errors are and then we'll fix those. I don't know how people use dynamic typed languages. It is so nice to run my compile and have it fail whenever it finds a broken function call. What is this building now? I want to look at something. I want to look up something. Boom, 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 boom. Go mod graph. Yeah, so this is now c.mog game dot execute swap slots with the action c.mog game dot execute consume item with the action. These ones are server only. All right, let's run it. Boom, boom, boom. All right, let's open a terminal. We'll go to cd workspace mog. What was it? Go mod graph. I want to find the graph for the package, which is assets. Oh. Well, this isn't showing package dependencies. This is module dependencies. I wrote packages here. What's up, Keanu? How's it going? Execute, swap slots. I don't know. Oh wait, doesn't this mean that it depends on Mog though? So we do need to break this up. But we'll do that after we do the other one, I guess. Dun, dun, dun. It sucks because the only thing that depends on Mog here, I think, is this stuff. I might do a type switch as well. Instead of building these interfaces like this, I might make it an any type and just switch on it. Kind of like I did for the behaviors. Or no, the behaviors actually didn't do it that way, did I? I did it a different way. Bum, bum. Mm-hmm. The unit test should still break though. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, this needs to be type switched. I think I can do this internally though, because I think everywhere else I type switched already. I'll go ahead and do I think I need the game. And I need the ID. All right, we need to go to handle player action. No. Here, this is what I want to do. This will be a mob call. There's also a mob call. Or no, is this in server? Yeah. So these ones aren't handleable. We can just panic because it's just in the unit test. Oh wait, I forgot to do the other side of that though. So here we want to do execute action, game test player int, and then tests I dot action. Oh, hold on, I should copy this. Game test player int, tests I action. Okay. All right, let's do it. Test player and game, and then this. Okay, there's that one. There's this one, test player and game. Okay. Game, test player and then just action. All right. Where are these? These are in tests. Okay. All right. Everything's migrated, I think. So we separated these now. They're not methods anymore. And then we have individual functions. Let's just clean up these commented sections. And then this stuff I want to move to the Brodo package. Broto. Okay, so this got moved over here now. We're just gonna break all the links, but that's okay. Like all of this stuff is now gonna be proto dot, for example. Let's build and we'll just fix these one by one. Or no, sorry, it's action. Let's see here. Package auto imports action from inventory, log from action. How am I importing mog here though? Oh, edit house. I'll have to think about this. It's so stupid it can't find definition now. Oh, for that type, I guess it can't. Let me think here. This is another one where I have this interface that they implement. Bum, bum, bum. So I have to split these up. I have to break this interface. I'm pretty sure this one actually is an interface. Is a client command which has predict, execute, and then sequence. Dun, 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 dun. I mean, I can do the same. I can do the same thing I did before, though. This will have to move out, though, for now. Yeah, because this shouldn't depend on Mog. 3? Is that the only thing in here? Yeah. I could just put it in here in Proto. Yeah, let's do that. So there's an extra dot here. I wonder what the cycle is. I mean, I could just move these to base and it wouldn't be a problem. It just sucks because like things like this are so convenient. What does this depend on though? Like I'm trying to think. It's just this one file. Base, item ID, craft, DB, which probably depends on Mog, right? Maybe not. Item store? Dev wouldn't. All right, let's just look. Okay, house depends on item store. And then mod and equipment. These are modifiers. Base, stats, web. It's just like interface hell. It just sucks because all of this stuff could just be enumerations. Like trivially. But I like can't because I have to do an interface. I don't understand what this dependency is, unless it's like WEP or something maybe. Stats I doubt, because stats is a very low level package. It's probably WEP. I could definitely see this depending on Mog. Maybe I'm missing something. Oh, this depends on Proto. Projectile tracer system. Yeah, I mean, it's just this system. The problem is I'm still lumping together some systems with some component types. I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. Because I don't want systems in here. I'll make something called ComSys, I think. I think technically this is actually a core system. Let me see who uses this. Yeah, this is a core sys. So we'll do core, and I'll put it in core sys. This is in web. Oops. Web dot. Web dot. Okay, let's do a build here. Oops. All right, that broke up the thing. I'm gonna go to core though. Do that. Okay. Let's make a macro here. I will do start, go right, down one, enter, paste, end macro. All right, let's rebuild. Boom, boom. That's proto.equipment action. We'll rebuild that. Proto.equipment action. We'll rebuild this. Yeah, moving systems away, moving functions away from data has just been the best organizational decision in my life. Bum, bum, bum. It makes things so much cleaner. It also makes sense logically because it's like you just have this data and you want to be able to do whatever you want with your data. And then you have this function and you want to be able to call that from wherever. So just makes sense. I mean, some functions make sense to attach to the data, like really simple ones, but yeah. There might be quite a few of these. Actually, maybe it's just for the proto stuff. Yeah, there's gonna be a bunch of this stuff. Okay, Mog built. Proto. Okay. Dun, dun. Do 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 do. I might macro this really quick. Hold on. We'll do this there. Down one, enter. 1, 2, 3, 4, proto dot, end macro. Oops, proto dot. Oops. I meant to run the macro. Dun, 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 dun. All right. I'm gonna do a quick all build. This was a pretty big change, and I just don't want to break it. Because originally how I wanted to set up things was having, originally how I wanted to set stuff up was be like, here would be like my house. This would be all of the data and the systems for the housing system. And I'd have something for like every other type of thing. But having the systems in here means that like this system might depend on some other thing, but then this thing might also depend on the housing stuff. So I think the better option is to take both of the datas and put those into a package, and then take all of the systems and put those into a package. And then the systems can just depend on the data. The other nice part is that I think the build for just compiling like raw data structs is going to be pretty quick. But then changing systems is a more like high level thing where it's got to do like a lot of function optimization type stuff. And I suspect that that takes longer. So having systems in their own little, like even if I split these up, because the systems never depend on each other. So I could have systems in their own packages. And that would minimize rebuilds quite a bit. But not right for now, I'm just putting them in the same big package, even though they don't really depend on each other. Because they only depend on different data types. So I think I like this sort of strategy. Let's just flip through this. They mostly just replaced proto with mog, or vice versa, the opposite of that. We moved that one system out. This was the system we moved. And then we moved the equipment stuff as well to the proto package. So that's good. All right, cool. We'll do, hold on. All right, hold on. I'm gonna have to make a different macro here. These are just integration, or not really integration tests. I guess they're more like unit tests for I might just do all right, we'll just build a macro really quickly. Start, go here, down, enter, proto dot, and I'm gonna do one thing though. I really should just be running the unit tests so it's not building every single application. Hopefully that catches everything. No more errors yet. Oh, shoot. What's up, Nitrix? How you doing, buddy? Sorry, I'm deep in focus mode right now. Deep in focus land. Trying to make sure I paste proto in front of everything. We left proto buff. There was a time when Mythfall used proto buff. Or maybe I used flat buffers. I don't know. I think it was flat buffers, actually. But now I put all my data that I send over the network in a package called proto. My shoulder hurts. Bum, 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 ba-da-da-dum. All right, we have liftoff. We have liftoff. Okay. I guess man, this was a lot of changes. We moved all the equipment stuff over. Is that all we did? But there's one thing we had to do because of that, though. Yeah, I guess we just moved all of the equipment actions to the proto package. Man, if Go had enums, that'd be so epic. Bum, 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 bum. Let me see what I want to get done. Oh, we have the event handlers. This would be a big help, though, wouldn't it? Yeah, let's do this one next. I think it's in stats, actually. It's basically these ones. It's basically this file. My idea? I guess I have a fresh tree, don't I? Look at all of these stashes. This is all the times when I've worked on something, given up, and then eventually, I think most of these I have actually eventually come back to. Whenever I give up on something, I stash it usually. Yeah, let's just see how we would reorganize this. This is a struct event handler. That takes stat type and then it takes event check handler. Once. For a programmer that's more embarrassing than browser history, yeah. You guys get see all my embarrassing moments. Blum, blum, blum. I could keep the describe attached to them. But yeah, essentially these would get moved out. These would get moved to a different package, and then instead of having these implement an interface, I would do a big type switch. It's like a faux enumeration. We wouldn't have this. We wouldn't have this. We'd have a function that's like stat check. This is an event check handler. Check, handle. I'm gonna call it check stat event and handle stat event. It's interesting to see the more you go, the more you're turning some OOP parts into more procedural style. Yeah, the thing I'm constantly realizing is you end up with so many cycles when you use interfaces, or not really interfaces. Whenever you use whenever I attach too complicated of functions to the data, because you end up with this like some package here which has your data and your systems like functions attached to it, and then this inevitably needs to depend on some other data type, like stat, like housing might depend on like, I don't know, some item stat or something like that. And then like the items system package or whatever might depend on something with housing. So it's like now I just have to merge these two packages together. But if you pull all the data to one side and then all the functions to another side, then you have this really clear delineation of what depends on what. So I'm slowly pulling everything out of, and it feels a lot better. But if I need something that's truly extendable, then I might use it. I do use interfaces in some cases for really big objects. Yeah. I'm liking it a lot. I'm liking it a lot more, even with Go without having really proper enum types. I do like this setup, but I'm still like experimenting with it. This is very new to me, solving it this way. So, you know, it's hard to know. It's hard to know how it's going to turn out in a big system, you know? But at least in terms of organizing things, it's it's way more easy. This might be a very game specific thing though. I don't know if I'd apply this to like backend web services or something, just because games have a lot of data and functions that depend on each other. Everything's just very inherently coupled. And so to decouple it is really painful because you end up with like everything has an interface to every other little thing, you know? And I'd rather just like, oh, I want the interface just to be like the data type. Okay. Do. All right, this is describe stat event. This actually doesn't take anything and just returns a string. We'll make a big switch with this. I'm just gonna T is, oh, we need to pass in the thing though, don't we? So I'm just thinking here. Because it's no longer passed in by the pointer, or sorry, the receiver. We'll call it I should make this I should make an interface for this type though. I will add a function to that eventually, but I'm not going to now. Ah, man, something's wrong with my compositor. It keeps dropping keystrokes. It's so painful. I kind of want to attach this to the game. As a method on this. I like that. Been game dev for 15 years and all the best practices I had, slowly going back to changing my mind on them. Yeah. I think it's good, and I think it's healthy to have a problem and know like how you would typically solve it, and then think like maybe it would be better to solve it this other way, and then like see how it turns out. Like I'm very much in like the let's see how this one turns out if I do it this way. There's been a lot of things where it's like here's like the normal way I would do it, but like I want to try doing it this other way to see if it works out. There's this one. See, like I'm marking, but it's not catching it. Ah, dropped it again. It's like, it does it like every 4. This gnome bug is killing me. I don't know if it's only games or if it's exposing us a truth that we have forgotten. That's true. It sucks because I pretty much only work on games. So like I rarely am in a situation where I'm doing something else. Though when I worked on the little algo trading bot, I kind of solved stuff in a pretty similar way. But Go always leads you down this pathway of building things with interfaces. So I feel like I need to try a different language, like Odin or Zig or something like that, and see how it turns out. You know? There's so much value in doing things naively, procedural, globals explicitly. Yeah, I do agree. like I'm getting to the point where I only want to make things like, I want things to be really simple until like until some requirement causes them to need to be complicated. All right, let's do gain status effect handle. Check handle. Does this not return a bool? Okay. Only check does, because handle is us handling it. Check is seeing if we should handle it. I'm gonna call this H, just because that's what I've used for the receiver. Like, it's funny that like interfaces are literally just this. Not like in terms of implementation, but it's like logically that it's just like, do I want the code to be all in one function, or do I want the code to be all in individual functions defined at the source of the data? It's like, I feel like most of the time I would rather have this. Not all the time. I don't have an activate weapon one. I'm just gonna paste this in here. It's funny how my gain mana event handler, it just calls me like consume mana potion. That's the function I call. That's my problem too. I miss objects in OOP, then build abstractions, then stronger type systems with generics, then get annoyed by the complexity and start over. Seesawing back a lot back and forth. Yeah. I just want to be able to express like the problem how I want to express the problem sometimes. And Go gets in the way of that because it has like a very opinionated way of how you're supposed to solve stuff. But it's kind of whatever. Oh, this is another one. Stat roller chance. Stat checker roll chance. Oh, this is a check. Oh, I see what I did. I put the checkers and the handlers in the same thing, but they're technically separate. They just all have a describe function. So this, let's see here. These are all, yeah, these are all handlers. Activate weapon is a handler. Yeah, okay. These are for stats that have like when you take damage, like or activate your weapon, do something, you know, like handle this event happening. But it's like gets added to your character based off what you have equipped. So you might equip a ring that like gives you mana when you take damage or something. So I need some way to check to see if it should happen, some way to handle it happening, and then some way to describe it in the item tooltip. And how I had before was there would just be 3 functions: describe, check, and handle. And I'm slowly moving those to separate things. So these ones are handlers. All right, let's do these ones now. Like this is literally the, oops, this is describe, wrong one. They all have describe though. Like check to see if the value is set, you know, it's like, this is literally all it is. So it's kind of silly that I have to do all this extra function stuff when all I need to do is like a single liner inside of a switch, but whatever. Okay, there's that one. Here's another one. Stat checker roll chance. Roll fixed chance. We'll have the describers here. I'll change this to We'll do H, I guess. I don't know. This is, what did I just copy? Stat checker roll chance. In my game, I have a globally available event handlers with big switch cases too, on hit, on move, on etc. That's kind of how it's getting structured too. Yeah, it's not doing events. It's well, like here's how I do it. I have arrays that get called. I have arrays of all of the handler. How do I do this again? I don't remember exactly. I guess I store an array of all of the handlers that need to be run for each event, and then this is like a globally known thing, and so this can just get executed every time the event happens. So like when the player takes damage, this is the one that gets run. I don't know how I yeah. I don't remember how this gets stored though. Yeah, I don't remember. Like I'm confused because I don't know how this could be global. Oh, I think at yeah, that's how it works. These are set per stats. So if you have a stat value set, then these would get set, but these are all global and they just get built on loading of the game. That's how it works. It is funny how we have similar solutions though. All right, gain mana handler. This concept I might actually keep just because it wraps everything nicely. Assigning functionality per event entity doesn't work well, I think, is the problem. Yeah. So this is a handler, stat event handler, event check handle. Who uses this? Who uses this? I don't remember. Oh, this is what I store. And this just holds the, wait. Event check handler. But I think here, I think all I store is, I think I store it as an interface, but I'm pretty sure I only put one type in here ever. Yeah, where do I build this list? Oh, here it is. Try add. On player take damage. Oh, I just cast it to the right interface, I guess. What's up, Dora? How's it going? Do. Where's my new interface? Here it is. Bum, 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 bum. Stat event. I don't know what this is going to be called yet, but probably not this. All right, this is red. That means bad. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Does Go do static dispatch like implement trait in Rust? I mean, I think it can optimize it sometimes. If it's able to know at compile time that it's statically dispatched, it can do it. Do, 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 do. Yeah, I mean, it just depends on how simple the code is. Or it's like, if you have some value that has like a interface in it or something like that, and that value gets passed around, it might not know what is actually in that interface. So it might have to go look at the virtual function table to see it. But if you like call that from one spot, and that only time that there's like one value that gets passed in there, one type or something, then it might be able to optimize it. Like it inlines it and then it says, oh, I know what this type is. And then, right, you can like see how some sort of inlining optimization would lead you to discover that there's only one possible type that could be in this interface. And then you can statically make that function call. It's not guaranteed by any means though. Do, do. Do, 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 do. I'll just return here. I guess it doesn't matter. I'm gonna return false here. I'm just gonna return blank. Seems like I'll have to give up on it then. Wait, what do you have to give up on? Okay, so all of these types can now move to a different package because they all get handled inside of Mog. But also these ones need to move as well. Stat checker, event check handler. What's up, Fafu? How's it going? It sucks though because this kind of has like who calls this? Does anything call this? I guess I'll just comment it out then. I think I'm gonna do this. I think I'm gonna do Some web stuff, I've been on the fence on Go after seeing how error and errors package works. Oh yeah. Yeah, some of it's a little bit painful. Emacs, hell nah. Sorry, buddy. Stat checker. All right, we'll do that. What does this come from? That's this interface that handles both of them. Yeah, we'll keep this then. And we'll just do a composition. Dun, 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 dun. Stat event. I kind of want this to be an any. I guess, do I care about really like super clean error checking on this, or like type checking, I mean? Do stat event check, stat event handle. That should be it. Here will be our interfaces that we have to implement. I think this kind of works though. What's this? Check handler. Nestable errors is a bit of a novel idea when you consider other languages. It is kind of nice, and I have used it in some cases, and it's been really good. I can see how it'd be kind of annoying though. Oh, it's called event check handler, not stat event. Let's try that. Also want to do test Linux. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, here's where we run handlers though. So this code needs to change because now we're doing a type switch instead of an interface. Boom, boom. Yeah, thank you, Nitrix, for the 30 bits, buddy. Appreciate it. You get wet food today, Trunks. Boom, boom. Do 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 do. He drank poo water? What? I said you get wet food today. Trunks does. We can afford it now, Trunks. Your wet food budget. I'm just kidding. He gets wet food every day. Only once though, because he eats the other cat's wet food too. She only licks like the gravy part, and then she leaves all the dry bits of it, and then he goes and cleans up. What's in your eye? I think it's just his eyelid. Okay, so we'll do this. We'll rewrite these two calls. It'll be check is game dot check stat event handler dot handler id stats val. This one's going to be game dot handle stat event id, or no, stats, and then there's one more, which is the event handler dot handler and l. Does this take a value? I think that's just a typo in my I think it's copy paste error from the other one. Orange CEO breathing down his neck while programming. It is true. He sits here, looks me dead in the eyes, and just meows. Or like bites my fingers while I'm trying to type. The project was due yesterday. Where he stretches out and claws me. I think for this one, this one's just a follow through. This one's just a pass through. This one I kind of combine. So I'm just gonna put this inside of here. Or I need to combine that someplace. But we'll have I'm just gonna paste this up here. Good argument for the split keyboard, yeah. He finds a way to somehow still lay on it, but it is an improvement. Okay. How does this compile? What? When your code compiles and it shouldn't? Wait, how? Does describe not get called? Or it's going to be a runtime error. Dun, 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 dun. But there's no functions in here. So how should this compile? Because there's the describe, unless describe isn't being used. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Do, 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 do. Like the fact that these ones work makes sense, but the describe function should need to be called from somewhere. So there might be some type interface thing that I do here that I'm not remembering. Describe would only be called from like the UI system, so I might need to like hover over one to get it to crash. We'll see. Dun, 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 dun. I'm just trying to think of what interface it could possibly be getting converted to, other than stat checker and stat handler. Maybe I have some general describe function that I use for other stats. I don't know. I feel like a skill tree has a lot of this stuff. Gain. Upon casting an ability, gain focus status effect for 5 seconds. How does that get rendered? Like it has to be coming through here. Like you can even see where it is. Gain %S status effect for %D seconds. Huh. I'm confused. Oh, I type it out, I guess. I don't generate it. I guess I gave up on the description system for this. Because some of them do get kind of complicated. Or maybe I do it, maybe some of them. The other thing is I can't really capture this part. So I think I maybe do have to just describe it every time. Maybe that's why I gave up on it. Like at some point, it's much more difficult to generate a function that describes skill, where I may as well just write it out, you know? And if I change this, I just have to change the description, which I rarely change these, so. Okay, I guess that was it then. Do I want type safety or do I care? I don't know. Like I can do something like this, right? I can make a function that's just blank. And then for each of these, I just do something like this. Bum, 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 bum. I mean, I guess I may as well. We'll add this for these ones. Funk. Yeah, activate weapon needs it. This is a handler. So it's nice because now I can guarantee that the only things that get passed into here are actually implementers of this. This is like the Go version of an enumeration. So I get a little bit more type safety. Boom. Boom. Because now these don't depend on Mog at, oh. Shrunks, what are you doing, buddy? These don't depend on Mog at all anymore. I don't know where to put them though. I might put them in stat. That'd be probably a pretty good spot. Actually, I don't know if I can put this in here because I depend on WEP. Yeah, there's gonna be a cycle. Because for yeah, because I need to embed the weapon config in here. Bum 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 bum. And WEP almost certainly depends on stats. This is where like data depends on other data you know? I'm gonna put it in modifier. I'll leave this. All of this stuff can be destroyed though. We just need to do that for all of these. So now the game can implement these however it wants to. That's for serialization. Do 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 do. Bum 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 ba-dum bum bum. Actually, I might be able to just do this. Because I think the only places I used mob were for these things. Do 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 do. Cats are such slackers. They just kind of lounge around. You don't really do anything, do you, buddy? Oh, sorry, I guess you have the freaking full moon over there. Do. Let's start putting you to work. Just sit here and bother me. All right, interface conversion. Event check handle is not mod.event check handler. This is happening in triad. What is this? Check event check handler. Yeah, it's mostly that this just needs to have, hold on. I'm just going to do, hold on. Handler. Oh, because it's stat type and then it's the handler. This There's that. We don't pass the handler in. We're gonna pass like the checker and the handler. It's really just a silly like nesting of like, I don't know why I don't know why I organized it that way. I probably should change it though. It's not that big of a deal. It's just like there's an extra layer here where like I may as well just move these into this one. Let's just do that now. Knock my mic out of the way. Oh wait, undefined. Oh yeah, because we removed that. Hold on. Oh, now I'm forgetting stats. Yeah, I guess it is kind of convenient to have both of these because then I can, when I build this, I can just put this here. Okay. We'll add it back, I guess. Wait, I'm so confused on why did this... There we go. But then I deleted this thing and... Oh, I deleted it in a different file, that's right. There we go. We'll do that. Okay. We will leave it like this then. That way when I configure it, I can configure the checker and the handler. And it's not that big of a deal. I'm sure I'm going to change this in the future. Like eventually I'm going to add some more and then I'm just going to be like, oh, I wish I did it this way and I'll just change it to that. I'm not going to spend a bunch of time like micro optimizing this if I don't know what I want. Oh shoot, we need to go to here. It just sucks. I went like halfway through a change and now I'm trying to undo it now. Oh, their cat's over there. You guys see her? Little mini cat. Watch her from a distance. All right. All right, that's pretty good. I want to go to this file. All right, now we should have no dependency on Mog directly, at least. Cool. All right, we have that done now. I want to change, let's build, and then I'm going to change, I don't know, like one of these files. And then I want to see if it, I want to see what it rebuilds. Proto action. So some of these still depend on Mog indirectly. Like they're still part of the tree. I don't really know the go command to check what that tree is though, unfortunately. Because like a bunch of like I need to know what does this depend on that like depends on that Mog depends on Mog too. Base comp. There's no way comp depends on it, right? I'm pretty sure comp gets used by Mog. Configs. This is the exact same problem. It's just a function pointer instead of a type switch. This has the same problem where it depends on the game. Technically, I could do a what's it called? I'm gonna do exactly what I did for the other thing. I'm gonna move this to a type switch. It's very eerily similar to it's eerily similar to what we just did, except it's on gaining a status effect. Boom, boom, boom. Let's look at mod. I'm gonna look at these. Or hold on, we'll go to handlers here. Handle stat event. One other good way of decoupling this, and without using type switches, would be to just do like events, like trigger an event somewhere, and then just have some handler side that can look up whatever it wants to on the code side and handle them each individually. I'm torn if I want to combine these two concepts together, because they are similar. This one's just a very like odd single use case where I just want to give people health when they get this one thing that gives them extra health. Whew. Let me think here. Uh, I mean, it probably belongs in mod. Then here I would just call the in here I would build a new stat event. Do I have any changes here? Nothing. Okay, good. So it's basically the gain mana handler, except it's for health. It's just a gain health handler. I'm just gonna do that. Do I have a consume health potion? Hold on, let me just read this to make sure I'm not like... I don't know if I wanted to flash the vignette though. So I might do, I might just go to the config thing. No, status, configs. And I'm just gonna do this. Like I'm just gonna code it. Game health query read to get the health. If it's not nil, then add the amount. I think it's h dot amount. And then here I just do something different. I do onset handler is mod.gain health handler 50. And then this can delete. And now we just have this little piece of data that we need to set, which is kind of nice. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so now the configs at least doesn't depend on Mog anymore, which is nice. See, just from a configuration point of view, this seems so much nicer and so much more reusable than like hard coding function data inside of this. Of course, this is going to be bad. We need to change that portion. And we'll go ahead and make this mod stat event handle. We'll go to status in here. If it's nil, we'll return. Else, we want to yeah, we're getting the function that we're calling it, but instead what we're gonna do is this. We'll do game.handle stat event cfg.onset handler ID. We also need to pass these stats in now. This is the one downside thing. It's like now everybody who calls this needs to pass stats in, even though I don't even think that they're used. Oh, I use it for this one thing. But like I may as well just read stats, you know? Like I can just read it while I'm reading this other stuff. Da, 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 Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna remove this dependency. I think for the checker, it's nice to have because a lot of this is, do I even use this here? I guess I don't use it for that either. Like on the check side, it like makes a little bit more sense because it's like if you want to check to see if a stat is set. But the problem is I'm passing the value in. All right, we'll change that. Wait, what? Apply status vec. I'm so confused on why that broke, but whatever. We also want the stat. We didn't change this to be stats.active. This will be a view 3. All right, we'll do that. I genuinely don't know what happened with this, why this is giving me an error. However, this stuff is going to be removed. And this one as well. Oh. Oh, it's just this then, I think, right? Yeah, just the event and the ID. I do prefer this a lot more though. I think these ones still are interface based though. Yeah, these are all interface based, which was really, really confusing to unwind. And there's a lot of weird stuff I had to do to get these to work. Oh. All right, once this builds, I want to rebuild Mog and see if it rebuilds all of the assets. Because that should be one less dependency. Yeah, I mean, it still thinks it's a dependency, maybe because of action. I guess if these depend on action, maybe? I don't see why they would, though. Let's go ahead and just do one by one. Assets, auto. All right, action. Trunks, you're killing me, dude. Yeah. We're getting freaking heavy. I mean, yeah, they depend on S comp, but I wonder if S comp, the server comp, depends on Mog though. Okay, they all depend on mob. Dungeon room, no. BEH. We should write these down. Hold on, let me make a list here. The ones we're gonna look at, mob. Do these depend on mog, question mark. Scomp, mob, bh, com. Oh no, that's autocom. Okay. Okay, this does not depend on mog. Well, it could though, because it could depend on something that depends on mog. No, but it would have to be. It would have had to have been rebuilt though, wouldn't it have? Okay. So that one's good, I think. We want to go to server mob. Log. No. Dungeon room. No. That's so weird because like none of them do. Unless proto action does. Com proto action. This does, but I don't think these are used by assets. Action dot. Yeah, I'm so confused on why rebuilding this caused these to rebuild. It was definitely a lot less, but it's like this had to rebuild for some reason. It's like, why did this rebuild? I don't know. Okay, we can clean this up. Just wondering, how did you end up using Go for client logic? I just use like OpenGL and WebGL, so I compile Go to either desktop client or I use it for, I compile it to WebAssembly or I compile it to the desktop like binary. And in WebAssembly, you call JavaScript wrappers that call WebGL, which is like the OpenGL version for the web. It's like the web version of OpenGL. WebGL is. It's like OpenGL 3 ES or something like that. It's like similar to. So I use it in that way. It works pretty well. I can't complain. I mean, I can complain, but it wouldn't help. Man, why is this rebuilding? I'm so lost. Let's go again. Mog gets rebuilt. Proto action, core data, scomp. And then all of the assets. Let's go to Scomp. This is my server components package. Like this could depend on something that depends on Mog, I guess. No, because then it would have to. Maybe mob does? Nope. Like, I don't understand. Like, this is how I'm reading this compile list, right? It's like Mog gets rebuilt. And then here I have like the first asset package thing getting rebuilt. And I have a bunch of assets, and I don't want these to rebuild when this rebuilds. So my thought is that there must be something that these depend on in between. Like one of these must be the thing that these are being rebuilt because of. So it's like, why is BEH being rebuilt? If nothing that it depends on is Mog. Right? Like, one of these must depend on Mog, but like none of them do. That's why I'm so confused. So I don't know why it's being rebuilt. All right, let's go through them one by one. Server / BEH. Mog. All right, doesn't depend on Mog. We'll do BEH, or no, we'll do server dungeon room. Mog. Nope. Mob. Mog. Nope. Scomp. Mog. Core data? Actually, I could see core data depending on Mog, right? Oh, this depends on action. Oh, I wonder if they depend on action. That might be the last one I have to do. This I know depends on Mog. Core data depends on it. Let's go back through these again. Yeah, this depends on action for dungeon messages. Yeah, I think probably all of these do. So I want to break this dependency so that this doesn't depend on Mog. We'll have to do one more of these things. I'm just gonna delete this. Hold on. We'll have to do one more of these interface breakups. Okay. Or hold on, do we have any changes? All right, cool. We want to go to action. I might be able to sneak away from this refactor a little bit if I just do this though. Hold on. I'm gonna open this action. Hold on. Teleport action. Where's this? But yeah, who uses this? Like, what is this a part of? Like, what union is this a part of? Oh, it's that sort of action. Okay. I think I just threw it in here because it was kind of, it was a type of action. These don't necessarily need to be in there though. Like the only reason this one has to be in here is because it depends on those, which are in Mog. And this is an interaction. I'll make a file called interaction, I think. And put all of these in here. Wait, yeah, where is this? Hold on. Oh, it's gonna break because of that. Okay. All right, we'll make a file called interaction.go. I doubt any of these depend on Mog just because none of them had to be rebuilt. Actually, I wonder if this one is the one that's inside of server message. Yeah, this is the one that's in core data. I'm just gonna move them all. We'll just move this entire thing. Yeah, we'll get rid of this package. So here's all of our interactions. Well, hold on. I don't have to move this first. I'm gonna fix these first, and that'll break that dependency. Let's just scratch these. Okay. And we'll redo this. So these ones just need to change. So the problem these ones have is they have this function, this interface implementation that depends on game. So inherently this piece of data depends on this like query layer to exist. And I can easily break that up by just doing a type switch instead of an interface. Bum, 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 bum. All right, let me feed this cat before he bumps my mic 1,000 more times. I'm gonna get some water too. I'll be right back. Cat is the QA, true. He tried to trip me when I was getting him food. Almost fell. Dangerous. All right. Cats have their food. Everybody's happy. And everything's staged. Would I ever... The sequence I might make a... The sequence I might make the function that you need to implement to be a part of the interface. I'm not sure where to put. I guess I'll put these inside of here. Predict. Do I use that? Predict is blank. Predict is blank. Up here we do have a prediction. Okay. All right, so we basically have these three types. I will need to get moved over to this, and then we'll have to replace this with a big switch. Two of them, one for predicting and one for whatchamacallit, executing. And that's a helper. Okay, we'll throw it at the top. Make this a game function, and we'll say, we'll call it predict housing action. And this will be I'm gonna call it house action. This will be what you need to implement. There's a cycle because both depend on each other. But we'll move this one here. This code will have to move. This one we can move. Plus this. And then this is the last one. Okay. Let's do switches. We'll do switch. A is action.type. I guess execute follows the same exact thing, so that works. Okay. So we'll do edit house action. What are the other ones? Where's my big list? Well, this no longer depends on mob. We can get rid of these to-dos. Man, this freaking... Oh, there we go. This is all inside of action. On the predict side, this is the only one that actually does a prediction, is edit house action. I think all I do here is I spawn like a little like glow thing to show that like, oh, you're trying to play something here. That gets rid of that one. This is our execution for edit house action. And that's blank. And then house purchase. We do this one, I guess. On the execute side. And then predict is blank for both of those. Okay. This is the helper function. Let's run this. There's going to be messed up function calls. Hopefully there's no import cycles though. It's like there was some like chain of things that depended on each other that got freed up, and now the thing's not getting registered. This is in mod. Let's see where this gets registered. In fab. Do do do. Yeah, so now, because this stuff isn't being called, I guess I now know that the assets package doesn't depend on Mog, because this isn't being imported at all, so it's not getting run. So I need to register these in some other common spot. Like here, maybe. I'm trying to think if there's any reason I couldn't put this in here. If there's some like import cycle or something, I don't know. This is in action. Yeah, pretty much all of these are. We'll do a macro here. Do that, and then we do start, down, enter, paste, and dunk, 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 dunk. Oh, this is a package name mess up. What I really want to do is I want to move all of this stuff to proto. The problem is action's just too good of a word. All right, let's just do that, I guess. Now that we've broken up this thing. This will break more things, but whatever. Okay. All right, now this is proto. Proto. Oh my gosh. What's up, Vegas Eagle? How's it going? Started playing a cannon build. Nice. With your new build that you spec'd out. Side cannon's underpowered. It gives burn, right? Ooh, 5 stream streak. Nice. Yeah, hopefully it'll get stronger when I fix burn to do more damage. I hate some of this. Do 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 do. I have an action dot something somewhere. I swear I feel like I've gotten them all. Edit type? No, that's the value. Oh boy. Oh, it's a different file. My guy, it's 3 damage per bullet. It's so painful when most of the bullets miss the target. Yeah, it's pretty inaccurate. Honestly, I haven't played with it for a while, so I'm not sure how it feels. You're probably right. Everything will be rebalanced, don't you worry. Note to self, never use action as a package name. Oh, I need to do... Wait, why is this failing? I don't understand this. Interaction action. Inside of player export. Alright, that took a while. Whew. What a rebuild, holy moly. But hopefully after this, we will be able to change Mog and not have to rebuild all of the assets. Actually, maybe we know that that worked because we just changed a bunch of stuff and none of them rebuilt, so. It takes a lot of skill to aim the gun. I think the tricky, yeah, I mean, I could definitely buff it because it's so inaccurate. I think something in the name is like, there's some like quip about how inaccurate it is in the name. Do 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 do. Gosh, that's like the 4th time it hasn't worked. Okay. The description is it has for those of us who can't aim etched on the side. Yeah. Nice. That's pretty clever by me. Pretty clever by me. Dun, dun, doo, doo. Pretty clever. Hmm. All right, I'll be back in 3 minutes to complain about the Slack game again. All right, I didn't doubt you for a minute. Hmm. Man, there's a lot of files with this action in it. Boom, 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 boom. There's so many UI things that cause me to send an interaction message over the network. Ooh. Dun, 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 do, do, do. I'm gonna do a replace here. Gosh. Somehow I control C'd midway through typing this. I think I was trying to do Shift C and I hit Control C. Bash replace mog.houseCrafting action prototype proto.houseCrafting action. All right. Edit house type add floor roto.edit house type add floor block excuse me. Oh, progress. All right, I want to change something in Mog. We'll go ahead and just do a space here, rebuild, and the assets didn't rebuild. Nice. What's up, Dozy? How's it going? Obviously, all the application stuff has to be rebuilt if you change a really fundamental package, but this stuff I also think I can speed up as well. But at least the assets no longer depend on any of the main code packages, which is pretty convenient. Took a bit of work, but we're slowly unraveling this rat's nest of dependencies. Dun, dun, dun. All right, well, I'm pretty happy. It's obviously a pretty large change. But it's mostly just changing the package name. Then obviously we added this one. Oh, I forgot to do something though. And the thing I forgot to do is in here. Maybe not in here. Maybe it's in action or interaction. There is a type, and it's called something like client command or something. Boom, 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 boom. Whew. Acknowledge. Yeah, here we go. Mog.client command. This concept needs to go away. Well, technically it'll be this now. I'm gonna move this to interaction. Core. So now we don't do action.predict. We do, it's surprising how many places, or this is all the same place. It's just built from different things. Interaction. Yeah, so instead of action.predict now, we'll do it's game technically. Core dot game dot predict house action with this action. And this is predict, yeah, okay. And somewhere we call the execute version, but we'll just let the compiler figure out where that is for us. Here must be core.mog game.execute house action layer ID CMD. That's the new function. This knows how to interpret the action, so. I think now that we moved all of the asset rebuild stuff outside of it, I want to start pulling systems out of the data packages. I feel like I should go like move some things in the house just to see that it's like kind of working. Oh, hold on. Sometimes the hot reloader blocks the UI so it doesn't show this stuff. Yeah, we'll take this out. Good. Let's go and I have some like ore somewhere. All right, we'll get some cobalt. We'll put it in one of the furnaces. I might need to do this. I guess it keeps stacking. That's good. Maybe because it's 64, I don't remember. Okay, that worked. I don't have any room. We'll drop this. Oh, I forgot that that's still a bug. Where when you change your house, all of these guys move. Okay. Well, it seems like we're able to do stuff, so that's good. I want to see that the yeah, the prediction does show up still, so that's good. All right. We changed those two. That was the big fix, and then this interface changes and then moved. All right, good. We'll push that. All right. All right, so we have our Mog server now. That's completely empty now. That's crazy. There's no more data inside of here that gets generated, which is kind of nice. I don't even remember what's really in here. Is it just game functions that I split up? And some spawner stuff as well. Okay. Well, server's pretty slimmed down. Let's look at Mog. Yeah, these are mostly helper functions. Consumable. Like these are game functions technically. Like whenever I pass game in, like I'm really just passing in like, these should be just attached to the game, I think. That's okay. Delete children. Boom, 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 boom. Actually, who reads this component? I insert this, but I don't ever read it. Oh, it must be used by whatever this is. Yeah, when I've read you try delete children. That's in Mog. Okay. Let's move this to I want to remove this note, but I don't know why I have it here. This one's definitely only used by it. Yeah, both of these should be able to go into comp though. Let's fix all the issues. Directions, look direction is probably going to be a thing that gets moved as well. None of this is really that special. Ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. I'm tempted to just move a bunch of stuff over and then fix it. The only risk there is if I move something that I wasn't supposed to move, it'll cause a cycle and then it kind of gets a little bit muddy in the refactor. Bum, bum, bum. I want to see if my build is still working on GitHub. Dun, 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 dun. GitHub actions. Yep, all green. Let's move direction next. Game runs in a browser? Yeah. You can play the game at mythfall.com if you want. Yeah, there should be a link. I think there's a link at the bottom of this page. We'll move experience too. This will be a big one. Hold on. Do-do. Ba-da-ba-ba. Handlers, we kind of did that one already. Health. That's awkward. Comp.experience to level. Why isn't this a experience function? Oh, because I wanted it just to be like a helper kind of deal. We'll migrate it all and then we'll decide, because what I might do is I might change both of these to operate on experience type. Ding, ding, ding. What's up? Where am I? Oh, nice. You found me. Yeah, I haven't made a video in a long time. That might be why. I've still been streaming though. I just haven't made a video in a long time. I need to do that. I don't really have a good like video idea though. I don't know. I guess I could just make a video on what I've been doing. Trade request. I want to move these next. I'm doing well though. Trade and trade request. I'll just do a big replace. Like, I think what I wanted here was I wanted a function that was like converting experience to a level that just took in a value. But I might only call this in one context, so. How's the game progressing? Good. I'm going through and reworking all the biomes. So I'm splitting every biome into like 3 similar-ish biomes of similar difficulty, but different themes, different dungeons, different monsters, stuff like that. So it's honestly just a lot of it's just a lot of what's it called? Work. It's a lot of content work. There's just a lot of building content. Yeah, it's a lot of content work. So it's not like it's hard to just be like, all right, last week what I did was I drew these monsters and like added these monsters. Also, I've just been lazy. Yeah, I mean, the latest dungeon I've been working on is this one. This one's not done yet. This will be in the next patch, but it's like a worm. It's like a worm boss guy. There's a little bug in the hot reloader where they could split up, but yeah. This is what it looks like so far. I still need to design the fight, but the concept of like the worm moving around works. And if you destroy like an intersection, let me beat one really quick. Every like ligament has a separate health bar. And so it splits off into like a separate one, which is kind of cool. All right, let's look at these functions. These are all run on experience current. What am I looking for? Get level? XP to level. Yes, these are all just calculate level. So most of the game systems are done in a very good state, and you're not planning on adding new systems or mechanics at the moment? Yeah, I am going to rework some stuff still. I'm kind of in like a productionization, I'd say. Like I did a little bit of like a slice of the game with very thin content. Now I'm trying to fill the content in and work on things like rebalancing stuff, repacing stuff, adding new, because like the game's there, but it's like you don't want to have the same exact boss fight with a different sprite. You want to have different boss fights, you know? So the worm is an example of like some new system I added to add a different unique type of like fight that you might do, you know? So there will be more content, more systems added for stuff like that. And then there will also be some systems I have to rework. Like I'm probably going to rework the food system, the health potion system to be more like food based. There was one good idea in the Discord about that. So I'll probably do something like that, I think. And there's a few other little things that I need to do. I think I wrote it in my roadmap. Yeah, we're here. I guess this one's technically not done yet, but I still need to finish the dungeon. But I had to get the Halloween update out. So I had to backburner this a little bit. But yeah, I want to rework status effects so the monsters and players will have different status effect appliers, if that makes sense. Because like burn on a player, I can't make it do like 100 damage because players only have like 200 damage at high level. But monsters have like thousands of health, so I can't have them just take 5 damage. So I need to split up how the status effects get applied depending on who it's applied to. Food and potion reworked, I already mentioned that. There's a few other little stuff. Like the backpack I kind of like, but I might change it. Monster AI, I want to add more monster AI types. I might do damage types and resistances. If it adds an interesting interplay, I might do it. I might do like a normal mode where you don't get honor, but you don't lose your stuff. I don't know. There's like a few little things like that. There's a little bit more back-end work I have to do as well too. That's not really written down here. But yeah, right now I'm kind of in content fill mode for this stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot, but I can only do so much. So I kind of have to prioritize for the launch. What gravitated you to Golang and what you used before? I mean, I've used a bunch of languages. I liked Golang because the packaging system was really nice. It's a good language. There's just a few little language features which would be really nice to have that Go doesn't have. But it is what it is. Like if Go had enumerations, I would love that. Like tagged union enumerations, I mean. Honor to XP. I want to move, I guess it's not that big of a problem that these functions are in here. I think I'd rather them be in base though. Do, 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 do. Or stats, I don't know. I feel like I need the other side of this, XP to honor. But I guess that's this function. I'm gonna leave this stuff here. Okay. It's not a big deal to move it over. It's just stuff that I don't really want in there, I guess. I don't know. Bum, 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 bum. We wanted to do trade and the other one next. That was in message, I think. Yeah, this is the only place, which would be super nice for unraveling dependencies. So we'll go do these ones next. Bum, bum, dun, 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 dun. So we'll move this to component, and trade requests will move to component as well, and then trade mask type as well. Cool. What is this used for? This isn't a networked thing. This must be just some small little event thing. 1 second. All right. Stage those, stage that. All right. All right. So the project this big, how hard is it to comprehend the complexity? What part affects what logic complexity? Yeah, I mean, you just have to live with the fact that like you're gonna mess up certain things, like you're gonna change one thing and impact something else. Games are tricky just because so many things affect so many other things. But having the static, using a statically typed language helps a ton. Like I couldn't imagine doing this stuff without that. Like just being able to know that like all of my function calls are going to run, all of the variable accesses are going to work. It's such a massive advantage. And like in refactor stages, like what I'm doing right now, where I'm moving things around a lot, it's nice to move something and then just like, okay, here's all the errors you have to fix. Or here's like the things we couldn't find, and I just know where they are because I just moved it, you know? Like, I don't think I would ever use a dynamic language for games. Let's do this. Like I just moved this from one package to another, all of these types. And it's just gonna tell me where they all are. It would be nice if it printed more errors, because sometimes Go will print like 8 to 10 errors and then be like there was no, or it'll say something like too many errors or something to continue. It'll just cut out. So more functional programming principles. I don't know if I would do functional. I program in a much more like imperative style, I'd say. So yeah. This is a bug in my code generator where it always links this import even if it's not needed. Yeah, so now this is in comp. Component.trade, component.trade requests. I really want to replace the word mog.trade with, here's what we'll do. We'll stage all of this. And I'll do a replace. With, or no, hold on. Let me look at one thing really quick. Yeah, okay. Well, let's try it. Mog.trade with comp.trade. Oops. You have to guess or say how much your project is module. You have to guess or say how much of the project is module or can easily be module. What do you mean by module? I guess I don't understand what you mean by a module. Like I do usually modules, Go modules. I treat them as each repo as its own Go module. So I do one module per repo. Then I have several packages or tons of packages in each module usually. I've never experimented with multi-module repos. I've recently flirted with Odin, but ultimately stayed with Golang. Do you know Odin? If so, what are your opinions on it? Actually, I think Odin's a good language. I haven't used it very much. I think it'd be fun to use for like a game jam. The one thing I've never programmed in Odin. I should caveat everything I say with that, first of all. Things I like that the allocator thing is like a context variable that gets passed through to all of your functions. So you have to pass it through like you do in Zig. Because I've done a little bit of Zig, and it is a little bit annoying to pass in allocators like that. So I like that part. I like how simple it is. I like tagged unions a lot. And the more I program with Golang, the more I wish Go had tagged unions or enums or whatever you want to call them. The one thing with Odin that I'm unsure of, also I think Odin's got a pretty clean foreign function like C interoperability system, which looks really nice. The one thing I'm unsure about for Odin though is not being able to make methods. Like something like this is super handy to build. I understand it's got like syntax where you say like my variable, but you might have to do an arrow. I don't remember. I don't think you can explicitly call, like you make a function that's like function blah with like my variable or like my type, I guess. Like X or something like that. But then you can do like blah or something like this. Use incoming trade request event ID. The first argument is this argument usually. Yeah, like there's something where you can do something like this, isn't there? And you can call this function on this type by doing something like that. Is it an arrow though? Like Go has Go has methods because it's got pointer receivers. But in Odin, I'm not sure how this would feel. I don't know though. I'm not quite sure about that. It's more like C and Go. It's just syntactic sugar. Yeah, I get that it's syntactic sugar. I just don't know like situations where if one package has it like this, but then another package makes the same function. I just don't really know like what it's going to resolve to when you do this syntax. And it might be a dot. I don't know. Maybe it's a dot. Maybe it's an arrow. I don't remember. There's like some way where Odin lets you do something that feels like a method call on a function. And I get that Go is not, it's not like a method, or in Go it is actually technically a method because it gets put into the interfaces, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just not sure how this would feel. Also, not having interfaces does seem like a little bit of a pain, but I don't think Odin has them. I don't remember though. All I've done with Odin is like read a little bit of the docs. But like you lose the interface ability. Like this is an interface. This is implementing a specific interface, I think, if I recall correctly. Like in some situations, I want to use an interface. In a lot of situations, in most situations, I don't want to use an interface. You have function as first class, you define them as struct members and call them. Yeah, the thing I don't like about that is like, hold on. Sorry, it's just something I haven't really thought through. The thing I think I wouldn't like about that is serializing it. You probably have to do like some somewhat complicated like union thing that then has a function on it or something like that. I don't know. Like in Go, when I can serialize a data type as an interface and then pull it out and then just call the function on it. And Go and Odin, I assume you'd have to do some kind of like union thing, which is probably fine, but it's just like I've never done it, so I don't know how it would be. But doing the method pointer thing, like you can't serialize a method, like a function pointer inside of your object. So a lot of times I want to do that, but even in Go, I want to do that. Like I just want to make a function pointer, but then I can't serialize it. Yeah. So then I end up doing some interface, but what I really want to do is an enumeration. It's so stupid. Yeah, so if Go had enums, I would be using them like left and right. I've tried to come up with like a good way to do them with like unsafe. Wonder if I can find one. Would I put it in here? Interp, particle, render, storage. No, I wouldn't put it in storage. Tile timer tools? No. Transform, experiments? Asset? What's storage? Oh, that's for browser storage. Examples. Would I put in data structures? Oh, unions, yeah. It's all commented out because I didn't want to do it. But I tried to come up with some way. Let me uncomment all this. We'll just see what we have. Yeah, I was thinking like maybe I can do something like this where you pass in like what would this be? 3 things unioned, and then this would be something that gets serialized too. So I literally serialize the struct into a slice or cast it as that data type, the T, and then A, B, and C all fit inside of that. The only downside with stuff like this is like you always end up having to pull it out some way, and it's always going to be super messy. And you can see I messed around with arenas too, but nothing really panned out. Nothing really felt right. And you always have the problem of like serializing a pointer or something, and excuse me. You always end up with serializing like when you do unsafe things. If you've got some memory pointer, but then you like unsafe cast it, then like the pointer gets lost as far as the GC is concerned. It just wipes it. So it's like this would work, but you could never put a pointer inside of it. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad it's running for you well in Europe. It's pretty lag independent, I'd say. But there are some people that lag out a lot. You'll get disconnected. It'll say like you got disconnected, or what does it say? Desynchronized or something like that. Which is an open item that I need to work on to improve it. I just think I set the tolerances a little bit too tight on those. What was I doing? Did this build? I don't remember. Got me talking about enums. I don't think Go's ever gonna add enums though, sadly. It's just such a nice feature. There was like a week or something where I went super hard on trying to build a programming language because of Go not having enums, and a few other things too. A few other things I didn't like about Go. But making programming languages is really hard. And I learned that very quickly. It was fun though. It was a fun learning thing. Okay, looks like it builds. Let's just look through these changes really quickly. That's serialization code. We mostly just moved this stuff. We had to add this one. I'm gonna leave it. That's fine. Okay. We'll look at the unstaged changes. This is all just renaming the package. All right. Let's see here. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I wanted to look at message.go. Does this depend on Mog? Comp doesn't depend on Mog. Stats probably doesn't depend on Mog. I guess I can just do a quick test. I can just do health. I'll just do this. Doesn't seem to be an error. Yeah, I mean, I guess it doesn't need mock then. That's good. Okay. Generic thing ago, perhaps Enium sometime in the future as well. Who knows? Yeah, I can dream. I'm just not really holding my breath for it, I guess. Also, I saw there's always a bunch of error handling proposals, and I swear what they should just do is let you do single line if statements if they're short enough. Like that's all they needed to do for error handling. Where's a good example? Probably a network. If storage. Like they should just let you do this. This is my opinion, at least. I think this is a super nice syntax. Because most of the time you do this. And it's like just such an obvious thing. Result T though, yuck. I'm just kidding. Error handling in Odin is sweet, but to be honest, I don't mind Golang's verbose variant. I'm fine with that. Yeah, honestly, I don't really mind. It would just be nice to like, it's just a lot of vertical space. It would be nice to just throw this on one line. Or at least let the linter, or let the, whatever they call it, go format. Yeah, go format, accept it. Because I can't run go format on my project because I do that a bunch. And I get that it's non-standard, or non-standard. I just like it. Let's do a full build. Make all. Also, what's up, Jen? How's it going? Dun, dun, dun. Leftovers. This I could move. Character slot I could move. Loader. I don't know the air handling at Odin, how they do it. What is this? Status effects? Yeah, okay. Trade stuff. I don't remember. I don't remember who uses this offer group. I wish I wrote a comment here of what it was. Just all the things that are offered. But it's not networked. I must network something else and then put it into here. Offer group set. Yeah, so it's some sort of thing where like you get the last sent offer group and you just save it. I think I just told them to map because it's easier. Yeah, send me what it looks like. If you have a link or something. This could move to something else. I don't know where I'd put it though. Let's go to the leftovers. Dun, dun. All right, what is this? Just scroll down here. There are a few or else or return or continue or break. Or return, okay. Error handling, what'd you call one? Or return? Oh, this is a The concept of or return will work by popping off the end value in a multiple valued expression and checking whether it was not nil or was false. If so, set the end returned value if possible. If the procedure only has one return value, it will do a simple return. If the procedure has multiple return values, or return will require that all parameters be named so that the end value can be assigned by name. Okay. I don't really like Odin's syntax very much. It just seems really painful to type stuff like this. This is maybe not so bad, but like things like this seem silly. Like I get proc, that's fine. I get that it needs a name. I get that there needs to be error types. I understand this means like it's a constant, which is whatever. But it's just like, you don't really need this. No, I guess you could have a variable function. So maybe you do need something like that, but little things like this kind of bother me. It's just like more line noise, I guess. All right, caller one. This can be a common idiom in MIDI code base. This is the go away. The above idiom can be transformed into the following or return. So if it's basically if it's nil, then okay. I don't know. I guess I haven't really messed around with it very much. I feel like I'd prefer to have things like this at the start. Like I feel like what people should do is just like try, because I don't really want to like I want to know that this is being handled, because you can see the case that like this is going to be something with like 8 parameters or whatever, and then it's wrapping your line, and then it says like or return. You know, like you kind of lose it in the noise. I feel like something like this should be very present. Like it's the most important feature of this line is that you're like tagging on this whole control flow at the end of it. Or it should be on a separate line right after. Caller one is functionally equivalent to error one, caller one. But it's very close to what I like. I'm kind of confused on what the difference is here. This is not setting something. Oh, because caller one just has one return value, which is the error. Okay, that's fine. Will the return value still work? Caller three, where is caller three? Int error, yeah, okay, that's fine. That seems cool. I kind of get the gist though. And then for like or break, it just does a break instead. That seems fine. Yeah, I don't mind the constant variable declaration thing. It's a little weird from what I'm used to, but it's fine. The arrow thing I don't really like though. Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think it's a bad solution. I just wish it would. I just wish it was at the front. I think. I wish it's at the front. But I might see that and be like, yeah, this is way worse. It just feels. It feels right when it's at the front. It feels less good to have it at the end. But I think it's an improvement for sure, having stuff like that. But there's no, I doubt there's any way Go is going to add something like that. I don't think Go would add more than one thing. I just wish they let me do single line if statements would be super handy. You could fork Go. Yeah. I guess I could. Then I have to look into their code base though. I don't know if I have the dedication to fork a Go and make changes and also trust my changes. I have one contribution to the Go code base. I'm pretty happy with that. It's not even a bad idea. Fork it, create a custom branch that always pull downstream and integrate in your branch. Then you could do something like or return. Yeah, but like just imagine like all of the. Oops. Yeah, there we go. Like imagine on the code generation side, like how complicated that's gotta be. Like there's so many little things that you could break with adding little features like that. And then also no one's going to use your code, which is another downside. I think Go has a, it's not a Go tool. There's some way to run preprocessor stages to the Go compiler. Like Garble does this. Golang, GitHub. Garble does this. It runs it as like a preprocessor stage. And Garble obfuscates your code so that, because Go exports a lot of symbols and some people I guess want to obfuscate it so they can be less reverse engineered. But there's some way that there's some way you call things to run beforehand. Yeah, so you could just pre-process everything into some vanilla Go code and then let it build. And then you're pretty safe because you're not doing some like complicated code generation thing. And then just let the Go optimizer do whatever it does. Yeah. Yeah, I think if I did enums, I would have to do something like that. I wonder how hard that is. I may work on that actually. Your little O return thing. I think I broke my build with that one unit test. Yeah, I'm kind of curious now. Like, what's it called? Go tooling preprocessor. In build pipeline. What's the other one? There's something it's called comp time and Go. Prep. Yeah, tool exec. This is what you do. Tool exec prep with your code or whatever, and I think this command will evaluate all functions. I think that there's a, like prep is a tool now that gets run, and it goes through and replaces, I think at comp time evaluates things, like it's gonna evaluate this thing at compile time. Motivation because of reasons. Love it. Mod filter. Recovered, repanicked. Oh, this is in the oh, in test put. I think actually the bug is just this. Tests needs to depend on com. I don't know why I did the dot import there. Or really, I might just have mog depend on com. No, mog must depend on com. Does mog not depend on com? Game. Sometimes I do the dot import thing when I'm moving something to a new package and I don't want to rewrite it. So I'll just dot import the last package that was there. It always bites me. It always bites me one day down the road. My build's a lot faster though. Let me just look for red squiggles. I didn't see any. Yeah, I'm trying to think of how I could use prep to do something like a tagged union. Like the main problem that Go has, it doesn't have a union type. So you have to do something unsafe. And at that point, you're like kind of just cooked anyways, so. But it might be nice for building more like language feature type things. I don't know. Why Emacs over Vim? The only reason I use Emacs instead of Vim is because my friend who used Emacs in college told me I should try out Emacs, and my friend who used Vim didn't suggest it. Like someone recommended Emacs to me instead of Vim, and then here I am. I kind of wish I went down. I kind of wish I learned Vim though. Vim seems like it has better support for stuff, and Emacs is kind of trash. I have no. I have run into so many little stupid problems inside of Emacs. I'm also like a very minimalist mentality type person. So like just the amount of cruft that like Emacs has in it makes me want to like murder myself. That's another thing that's another thing where I was like, maybe I should write a text editor so I don't have to deal with Emacs. But then you think like, because then I use a bunch of plugins, because you have to use plugins, and I think there's a Vim extension to Emacs, Doom or something. Yeah, it's called Doom, or it's called Evil Mode. What does it stand for? The mode is called Evil. The VI is mode. Maybe it's like extension. What does Evil Mode stand for in Emacs? Doom Emacs is like a distribution of Emacs. that uses Vim, that uses evil mode. Extensible VI layer. I don't know why I put this M. Extensible VI layer. Evil. It's funny that they came up with a acronym with evil in it. But yeah, Doom Emacs is one. Is like a distribution of Emacs that comes like pre-configured. I use vanilla Emacs. It's polemics against Vim. Yeah. I have Helix installed. And someday I might try to learn it. But I just don't like the modes. I don't like switching modes. Like I just like when I hit control and like be in my mode, if that makes sense. Also, I'm just like I know my hotkeys so well now. It's like there's just like nothing, I don't know. There's like nothing, no benefit for me because I just already know it all. I know everything that I care to know in my editor. But then the problem is there's a bunch of hotkeys I don't want to have. And like I'll fat finger something and then it'll do some weird crazy thing. Also, I have some compositor bug there's some bug in GNOME 49 that I just installed. And it keeps dropping my keystrokes. So you guys see me raging, that's why. And also it does this thing too. If I switch back and forth, it mashes tab, like tab is stuck now until I hit escape. Just from switching workspaces like that. It happens like every single time. It's nuts. This is my life now. What was I doing? I guess it ran, huh? Did it run? Yeah, okay. All right, let's stage all this crap. What did I move? Oh, I moved a few leftovers into comp. I'll push that. Let me see if my build, I'm pretty sure I broke my build on GitHub. Yeah, I got a notification 15 minutes ago. This one should fix it though. Yeah, it'd be fun. I thought about maybe like trying to vibe code an editor or something. Because I feel like a lot of people have written editors. There must be a lot of good training data for it. Dun, 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 dun. But then the problem is I think about all of the plugins I use. Like I use this Magit mode, which is like a Git porcelain, which is really, really nice. I use this dumb jump, or I use this, what's it called? I can't remember what this is called. Helm. It's called Helm. It's like for fuzzy searching things, which is super nice. There's just like a lot of things I need to add. I can barely vibe code, never mind coding. Yeah, let alone code. I'm sure you could. I'm gonna move this. Server health. Yeah, all of this stuff can move. This is more like a message. Like the server sends the client the health, and then I interpolate the health over time, so it smooths it out. Otherwise, it gets really chunky looking. The things we do for networking. All right, let's build this. I don't know. It'd be nice to just have like a really minimal editor with like not a lot of features. Also, the other thing is syntax highlighting. Like doing this part seems kind of hard. And then you have to write like your own LSP clients. There's just a bunch. There's a bunch that just doesn't feel worth it. So I probably never will. You never notice how important syntax highlighting is until you don't have it. That is very true. I definitely take it for granted. There's a lot of stuff I take for granted. And then you think about like what it would take, what I would need to implement to like build my own little text editor. And like I instantly want to give up. There's also a feature in the Go LSP which would be so nice, because a lot of times I'll do like a type alias where I'll alias one type to another if I'm refactoring something. Like I'll move it to a different package, alias it internally so that I can just keep referring to it that way. They should make an LSP function that collapses your alias. So it goes and finds everywhere that this alias is used and then just replaces it to point to the new one. Because like I can do like this. I could do type this. See, my spacebar got dropped. Equals comp.server health. And then now this is like fixed because I have this type alias going on. These are the same type now. But if there's an LSP function that resolved this or like collapsed it or whatever, that'd be super handy. Because now I have to go through and like rename these to point to the right package. I think someone's mentioned that like some Go editor does this for you. Oops. I would never leave Emacs though. I like to code without it. I had to parse much more than usual. We do subconsciously and automatically parse specific blobs of keywords thanks to syntax highlighting. That's all gone. Yeah. I think Linus Torvalds doesn't use syntax highlighting. I feel like I saw that somewhere. Does Linus Torvalds use syntax highlighting? Oh, it has limited or no syntax highlighting. Linus Torvalds is, oh, it's Torvalds. I don't know. He probably just pretends for interviews that he doesn't use it, but then actually in the background, he's got it like just disabled. I bet people look back in 10 years and call us because they're not using AI, and that'll be the norm, like syntax highlighting. I think at this point, AI is like not really there for it. AI is not bad, don't get me wrong, but a lot of times AI just generates some crap for me, and it's like, all right, I don't know why I wasted my time with this. But one thing I will say is setting up Docker scripts, especially with like Docker Swarm, having AI was super nice for that. Like for my infrastructure stuff. That's the AI use case I'm looking forward to, is automating writing those crappy Docker file things. I can write my own merge sort, thank you very much. All I need is somebody to write my Docker scripts. I'll be a happy man. I want to reword this. What's the reword? It's like C W. Whatever, that's fine. It's good for boilerplatey stuff. Yeah, oh, for sure. For anything that's like remotely complicated, it's not super good. Though it is pretty nice for like doing literature surveys. Like when I was doing dungeon generates and stuff, it was pretty nice to be like, hey, like, do you have any solutions to like this problem of how you would lay out a dungeon or whatever? And it'll give you some pretty like reasonable stuff to look into at least. So you can at least like Google for good articles to learn it. Or it'll like explain it to you pretty well. But yeah, for things with really complicated like APIs, it's super useful. I'm sure it's gonna get a lot better though. I wonder if I get rid of this now. Where's my leftovers? There's no more components in here. Nice. We got rid of that struct then. I want to look at core sys, or I want to look at core actually. I have a bunch of systems in here that I want to move to core sys. I had such a weird layout of this thing. What's in here? Just a few systems. I like this song. Oops. What are you using for GoGenerate for? I have this little code generator thing. I use it for serialization code, and I use it for my ECS. I can, let me go to... So I threw these little tags in here, like COD component, and what I'm saying here is I want this to implement like the interface functions that I require for my ECS to operate. So it just implements these like basic functions like these two. One is to designate a component ID, which is going to be this component ID that gets set up at like at startup time, I guess. And then this functions for, so it knows how to write itself. It's mostly just getting around some of the limitations of Go's generic system. And then I use, for serialization, I have this custom serialization protocol that I wrote. What's a good example? Here's one. Like for example, this struct has a bunch of fields in it, and I'll throw this tag above it, and then it goes through and basically just serializes stuff in order. So this maps to a uint64, so it's going to get some variable length encoding. This is a uint8, so it'll get a this is technically a tag that it gets used to cast it to a uint8 and then serializes a uint8. Then I have a map, and maps get serialized by like almost like you would do a slice, but it just like does key value, key value, key value, or like key value, key value. Like it goes in order, you know? And I think I write the length. Yeah, I write the length first, and then I encode the key, then I encode the value, and then I do that for every single key value pair of the map. That's how I serialize maps. And slices are similar, you know, they just do, there's no key and value, it's just values, you know? So yeah, I use it to generate a lot of stuff like this for networking mostly, but then also for my ECS, like little helper functions, I guess. And I use it for some, yeah, I guess it's serialization still. I use it for tagged unions over the network, where you have like a tag that tells you what's coming next. But that's just on the serialization side, so it's pretty similar. I try not to depend on it, but for some things, like serialization code, I think you just have to generate something. And either I write like a protobuf file and like use protobufs or whatever. But I wanted a binary serialization because it's just way more efficient. Doing some serialization stuff too. I was curious what use cases. Yeah. Yeah, I highly recommend it for this. You might look at this one library called, what's it called? Oh. I can't remember. If you're interested, I can look it up. I know where to look to get it, but if you don't care, then I won't. But if you are interested in a fast serialization protocol, I can send it to you. My serialization protocol is very similar to his. I think he wrote a code generator for his as well, but his isn't as nice as mine because I do this like tagged struct thing. I do this struct tag thing, which is really, really nice. I think in his, you have to make like a list of all of your structs someplace and then it runs it on it. Okay. All right, I can look it up. Give me 1 second. MUS. This is a pretty good, this is a pretty good one. He has a generator as well. Oh, here's a code generator page. I feel like he wrote some Go generate thing for generating stuff easily. He also does an unsafe version. I don't think using unsafe is worth it personally, unless you're really, really performance constrained. There's just like some risks where like you might mess something up. But yeah, this is basically like one of the fastest ways you can serialize stuff. There's some serialization benchmark thing. Is this it? Okay, don't show again. Let's go for nanoseconds. So as you can see, Gob, not very good. Yeah, like this is his, and mine's like approximately this speed as well. Mine might be a little bit faster because I do less like error checking. I don't know though. I can't really prove it. I didn't really run mine through the benchmark, but I do a very, very similar thing to him, so I can't imagine it's any worse. But yeah, like you're pretty much like closing in on the fastest you can go. So yeah. So I recommend this one. Or whatever it's called. It's really not that hard to write it yourself, honestly. But the tag idea in comments is interesting. Yeah, you can look at my my serialization library if you're interested. Oh, that's COD, Call of Duty. Yeah, I mean, you can go to my GitHub. I have one down here called COD. And this is my serialization. All the serialization code's held in here. I just link to it rather than generating it everywhere. These are just all the serialization functions that you need to do. Like to write specific stuff, right? Like writing a byte slice, reading a byte slice, writing a Boolean, reading a Boolean, etc., etc. But like one caveat I'll say is like, I don't really write this stuff too much for other people to use. You're welcome to try to use it if you want. But there's like an application here that you'll run and it looks for certain things and generates code based off of what it finds on structs. So yeah, I guess I wrote kind of a lot of documents. Yeah, this is all very old, but look, I even linked it here. But yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah. It's honestly not that hard to write a serialization protocol, like a binary like this. The hard part is like if you have 1,000 structs, you don't want to manually write it for everyone, so you need to generate something, you know? So then I just use CodeGen for that part. All right, I want to put all the core systems in. Do I care? I think I'm gonna go through Mog again and just look at what's what. All right, let me just look at my list, my to-do list. I have a long refactor. I'm just gonna comment that out because I don't need it really. I did this already. Yeah, assets no longer depends on any of that now, which is good. Plugin might still though, so we'll look into that. Client it still does. Client we haven't touched at all. So what if the assets com package into separate sections? Okay. That's something else. Yeah, let's go look at a plugin and we'll see what we can find. Have any changes? All right. This is my hot reloader I use for my immediate UI system. Plugin client. Yeah, we do import a lot of Mog stuff. Mog dot. But if I depend on client game, I must depend on. So I don't know if I really can optimize this much more. Make plugin not depend on Mog or client. How could I possibly do that? Because these are all just systems. This might be unreasonable. I think the thing to do is to clean up client and start moving some of the just components to a different package. Thank you, Chill, for the follow, man. Appreciate it. Let's just go through these. Oh, this is the main application. I probably could move that out. Maybe that's a good call. That's networking stuff. This is a very VFX thing. Yeah, of course. I'm always happy to show what I got. Dash events, drawing code. This is the exit stuff. Experience events, factory stuff. Special effects. I don't know. A lot of things I've moved to the plugin thing, so I can dump a lot of code. Keybinds, lighting. This is my loader, asset loader, mana events, HUD markers, menu, minimap. I guess we'll slowly. I'll start doing this. Leftovers.go. These are things that don't really have a home yet. Particles. This is the party system. Oh, this is just my plugin thing. Okay. This is a system. Hold on. Maybe the strategy I should do is just pushing all of my systems into client sys. Render. It's kind of a complicated one. And then client would have, but before I do that, I need to move all the client app stuff to a special, like client runtime thing. Okay. Oh, this is for scenes. Yeah, there's just like so many little things where I have like one file with one little thing in it. Those are settings, SFX, shadow. Oops. I'm just gonna look for the small stuff. Vision. And then window. All right. Let's just do a quick build here. It should only have to build the client stuff, which is nice. But yeah, as you can see, this package takes a long time because it's very large. So what I want to do is I want to split it out. So the plugin only depends on the main things. And all of the systems that exist in client aren't like rebuilt every time. Give it a push. Do, 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 do. Tree-D. I actually don't know what that does. Oops. It's like 100,000 lines of code in this package. These are, what is this? Oh, this is data. These are assets. I configure my assets in Go, which is non-conventional, but I like it. These are just like backup files of things and like some database stuff. What are these? Oh, this is the Steam build requirement stuff. That's not really code, I guess. And this is all code down here. These are all just code packages. This is my documentation, like my Obsidian stuff. I have an editor, some other stuff. More code, more code. Yeah, we're at 126,000 lines of Go code. I don't know if this counts these inside of it or if this is separate from these. So it could be less than 100K. But this is just the game project. I have a few other packages, like the COD one you saw. I have that. I have an ECS package, and I have a rendering library. Each of those is like 10,000, I'd say. It includes comments and blanks. Okay. Yeah, so it might be a little bit less than 100K then. So I'm just looking at what I can pull out. It's because it's just a bunch of like, set this up, then set this up, then set this up. And then it's like, run the game. I'm pretty sure I can move almost all of this stuff out. There's going to be, I guarantee there's some private variables that I'm going to lose access to. I'm going to have to move them, but. This I might be able to move. Prepare core update. This is a system that wouldn't move, yeah. Do I use this anymore? That's kind of a pass through, but whatever. Let's just, I think I have a fresh tree, so we'll just move all of this stuff. The globals I'm gonna leave. This type I'm gonna leave. The mode flag. This I'll move. I don't think I use it for, oh, the dev client and the prod client, okay. What if I move it all? And then we'll move back whatever doesn't work. This will have to become public. Dun, dun, dun. These won't work though because I moved it to a different function. This one, and I have prod. This is obviously a problem. Large assets. What is this? Oh, it's got to be an import. Shoot. What did I call this? I guess let me just look at the there's gonna be some import that has large. Yeah, here it is. Okay, that's what it was. I just have a special import for these that I had named. I'm gonna look for this and just replace it. I mean, really, a lot of this stuff might end up getting moved into different packages, but hey, it ran. I thought I had haste. I thought I had the haste book. Okay. This is a good start though. I think I'm gonna have to move a lot more things over. Like the menu scene is gonna have to move over. The scene manager is gonna have to move over. But I think this is good because what I want to have is I want to have more of a top down, like set up a scene manager, set up the menu scene, set up the normal game client scene. I want to be organized that way. So, but yeah, I think I'm gonna end stream here, everybody. Thank you all for stopping in. We got a good amount done. Our build time is improving, which is always a good feeling. So yeah. But yeah, that'll be it for today. I hope you all had a good time, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye.